Okay, so you see the 200 EMAs down here, and then it went up like this. Okay, so you see that if you level that 200 EMA off, okay, it's right here. Now the tip of that 200 or that time frame is descending, right there is the 50 EMA. So the structure is disjointed, or it's kind of confused. It's saying, oh, I'm descending at the same time my 200 EMA is over here. So you see, so on a vertical, it's right there. That's the vertical line on August 31st. So that's why you see this fib wedge, right? It's on a vertical line here, and the 50 EMA is descending like that, in that fashion. You see this bulge? That's an ellipse form, and so you have a cross. Okay, for time is moving forward this way, but our 864 minute time frame, the 50 EMA, the average of price on that time frame is coming down this way, but the 200, the average of 200 candles is right here. So they're meeting in time right there. All right, so now a price is now here, and here's that dividing line. That's that orange line that's coming down through here. Well, price is now just above that, and then here's the ascending line that I just drew. I don't know if I just drew that one, but I just drew one anyway, that on the 30-minute. It must be this one. Okay, so the point is all of this is converging like right here, all right? And we're trying to push from this point, which was Friday the 29th, price action, see, on around this curve, and meet the price of the average up here with with that 200 on that zero line, and we're trying to bring the structure of the lower time frames on the descend back to meet up here above 110,009 to 112 right there, because this one is descending, and so we want to trade back over the that 200, which is meeting in the middle, right? That they're converging this time frame at 112, right? Let's look at that again. Okay, so you see, here's the the swell. You see the goon, and then now here's the is reaching down. The 50 EMA is reaching down. Well, here's the 200, the more leveled 200. What we're wanting to avert is the continuation of a descending price action underneath the 200, right? If you continue moving underneath this line like this, pushing, right? Then this 200 will continue to fall and get pushed down this way, right? Because here's the 200 here. But price is trying to come up and meet that 200 there. That number is here. Let's see what that is. 110,788, right here. 110,788. So you see this price spiral, or this fib spiral, the yellow. You see how that meets this at this little red dashed line, this little red one right there. See that little red dashed line or dotted line, is above this point on the 200 EMA right there. That is above and below, right? Above and below. There, that means that's no little snow. And look at that seam right there. That seam is that fib fan seam. Okay, that between there and there. This is what we were talking about the other day. That this one is like the beginning of that fan. This, see? So go down here, and that is the where you tick 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 tick. That brings it down into these angulars, which here, you know, like down here is 88,006, right? So if I look up here at this point, see that brings it down like that. But price now is risen above that that spot on the descent. It's just now over that right there by a hair, because we've gotten over the equator. All right, so let's bring this back. So that's a positive. Okay, so now again, we have to have all eyes on this little orange line here, and this little spot in the future. Because see, now this is Wednesday or Thursday the 4th, Wednesday the 3rd, Thursday the 4th, right here. That's, again, that's that very important line right there. All right, here's our price now. And we want to pop up through here. Remember, our goal is to meet that 50 EMA up here and cross it above 112.6. Okay. Dear me. So let's get that perspective again. All right. So here it is. You see how it, on this pole here, that's Sunday. That was yesterday. Now today is here, Monday. So we want to put pressure from the underside upwards to keep this from turning downward. We want to keep it level. This. Now look at this number. That's 113,926. You see how that is above the 50 EMA, right? Right there. That 113,490 and then 113,926. These, you see this little triangle like this. These are ascending, and this cone is ascending, right? This line, this is ascending, this is ascending through here. So that's the angulars of which that we need to use in order to cut this off from starting to curve. We don't want that 50 EMA to be curving down any further. We want it to keep on a horizontal and to not descend. Because we want to cut that that 200 off from descending. We want to push it back up. That 200. I mean, put that down more level. Okay, so let's look at it. Well, shoot, now I got it too much. Okay, I'm going to just take all that off because it's too hard to see. Okay, so here's the 200 right there. Here's our price. Here's our 5 EMA. You see how that it descended, and now price has gone up through it right there. And now that here's the 13 EMA right here, this little red one. So price is trying to, oops, no, I can't see it there, right there. So here's your candle. So if price can come up through here or push up further, that spot right there is 110,048.6. Okay, if I'm correct, or 110,059.9, whatever, it's right in there. If our candle can come in, at least wick up here, move up and touch that, and then the next, if it can open above and find support above that 13 at 1024, at least, try to at least find support above this 5 EMA. So let's see, right? See how this bar is over that 5. So the new candle will open above the 5 and it will be in between the 13, right? The new candle that opens up here. We want it above this line, and so that it can begin to breach the 50, because the 50 EMA is way up here, right there. So 113,329. So that's 10:24 a.m. and then it closes again at 8 p.m. So if we can have an ascending structure from the small time frame underneath the 824 minutes, then between now and Tuesday and Wednesday, we can stop any further descent on that. So this line is what we would want to look for. Okay, because now here's our big moving averages. Here's the 200 MA right there. That's 111.6, and then the 50 MA is up above at 114.889. So that would be our goal, to find support above that that 50 MA there, and so that would put us this spot is 117,450. Okay, so it's time for me to go for a little bit to feed the dogs.
I wonder if we're going to hold this here. Uh,
So Bitcoin going right back down to that weekend trap. That's my reaction.
Go short or
I think you missed the short opportunity, but
maybe not.
I mean, yeah, but as I had got a good entry, I mean, with a good stop loss, then yeah, but
Yeah, to get the perfect entry, but I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to go short. That would have did it. Damn thing. Well, we are on the weekend, so I guess maybe we'll bounce on the top of the trap. Maybe the trap is a little higher. So I definitely think that's trap shorts there on this chart. Question to me is, do they become more trapped? He has the trap longs on that part.
So Jack, are you above your 800 on a 5-minute or below it?
is that for me?
Yeah.
I'm not in a position at all.
Okay. Well, we're above the 800 on the 5-minute. We haven't lost that. So to me, as long as we can maintain that and then move up, we're just doing a little bit of reordering and so on. It's just some movement, but the structure is moving upwards at the moment. It's just doing a little bit of what Bitcoin does. So as long as we can maintain this level with the 800 on the 5-minute being maintained, a price action above it, that's good, in my opinion. And then right now we're going to try to move up above the 50 EMA on the 5-minute. So we're above the 200 EMA, we're above the 800, and we're trying to go above. Right now we're trying to be above the 50. So as long as we can correct now above the 50 and move ahead towards 109.5, we're in good shape. And the pivot point is 108.615. So right now we're on the 5-minute. We are on top of. We're not below yet, but we're on top of the 800. We're almost below it. So within the next little bit, we want to make sure that we maintain it. We went under it a little while ago, and then we went back over it. So let's see what happens here. Bitcoin is mean and nasty, isn't it?
I did end up opening a short. I just closed it. I'll take that profit easy.
Yeah. All the way down to the daily open. May even go all the way down to the yesterday's low. Let's see what kind of reaction we get now if we can go back up now and cross that 800 again. So what that will do is reorder that 200. That 200 would follow and go back up then over that 800, and then that would reorder the structure.
That is one crazy red candle, though. Oh, we like to see it.
Ah, I knew it. Damn. Bastard. Oh, well.
Yeah, so
This
if we
whole.
yep. If we do continue down, it'll take us down to back to 107.8-ish. If we go up here, we'll cross again over 108.7.
this crap.
Crazy.
Trying to get everybody out.
Yep, both ways. They tried to go long there. Nope. You wanted to go short there. Nope.
What's Ethereum doing? I haven't looked at it. Jesus, man. Look at you.
Into that.
Fucking fall asleep for an hour, man. I give a lot of profits back. I love it. Can't sleep in this market.
Well, Dbloc did say there was a false move up that he would be taking profits. I guess he took them while he was asleep. Or maybe that didn't count. I don't know.
False move up.
That's what he said earlier.
No.
The other day, a false move up on Bitcoin if we make it, because he was setting on not making that weekly close or whatever that was that yesterday when we started coming down because we missed it. Was it a weekly or a monthly? I don't know. Whatever that macro close was the other day. Where we had it drawn on the chart, he said that we needed to close above here, and we closed right up under it. And then as soon as we missed it and it turned to 7 o'clock, we started dumping immediately.
I can't believe how fast the market just turned around for no freaking reason. Ah, man. There is still a lot of bullish news and everything. It's just, I don't know.
Well, it was just a chart wise.
Whales playing games.
They wanted supposedly people that trade off of the high time frame wouldn't put their money back in if it didn't close above that. And it almost did, and then it looked almost like on purpose that it was pulled back right before. Well, I guess I'll just wait for him to come back, and I have a feeling when he comes back, and ain't nothing gonna have changed, and he's gonna just see us probably here in this trap, just sitting in it still. And
What's up, freaking leaving, huh, man? They gave a lot back in the last few days. Holy crap.
yeah, so I didn't even bother with him. I knew it was coming. It's only dealing with Bitcoin only. That's bad enough. Until we find the freaking bottom, wherever the hell that's going to be. I would have thought it would have been 112. I guess not. So now I guess it has to be 100 and freaking 6. I guess. Where are we at? Yeah, we're not even far from it.
Oh, yeah, today's Monday. What the jeez, I keep thinking it's Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
False move weekly. Hey. We're starting off down, so this could be the false move.
And the stock market is closed today.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Or is it?
Yeah.
I hate these 3-day weekends in crypto. They're always super tricky. And I was about to take that short too. Oh well.
It's okay. It's just a shakeout.
So
I hope.
Take out and cry.
I mean, I don't think the bull run is over. I mean, it's
I don't
not.
think that.
Oh no,
I just didn't want to come down here, just like Dbloc didn't want to come down here. Going off, and I'm just going off of him. I don't want to go down because the more we go down, the longer it's going to take drawing things out. If we would have just closed above where we were supposed to the other day, we could have went for all-time highs in the next week.
Want to draw things out.
Well, now that didn't happen, now it's going to draw out, and we might not get there till next month. Screw that.
They want you to work for it.
It's not
Sick.
a month. It's not too bad.
I guess. And we're also running out of time. We don't have that long left until, like he said, it's going to be time capitulated, not price. And we're running out of time. We only got, what is it, September? What, a month or two, if that? Maybe less.
And all of that. August was bearish, huh? All month. Jesus.
And then
I'm on
we're
a
at the
horse
end.
boosting.
The cycle's over
The
in a
end
month
of
or
the
two.
cycle and then the rotations happen very quickly.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't want to get out. I just don't want to get shook out. I want to stay in the long, and I want this damn thing to blow off the damn top and then be over with, and then close my damn long out. And
What are you on
just,
Bitcoin?
yeah,
What'd you get in at? Like 107?
no, I'm underwater.
Oh, shoot.
I'm like at
Wait, no, I thought you
115.
just opened it. My bad.
No, I've been stuck since that other week where we traded towards that CME gap to the
That's
upside.
when
I think it was,
it just turned around so damn quick, man. It got a lot of people.
and I'm
That's when
still
you think,
stuck in that damn thing.
that's when Ethereum, it came so close to 5 grand. It hit what, 4999? And then the whole thing just turned around so quick. Fuck. We were so bullish and then,
I still believe we're coming back to it, but damn, it's gonna take forever. That's why I wanted the damn
yeah.
close to happen, but it didn't. Now I got to start thinking about playing some of these as dead cats, which I almost just did on this here, but I didn't. So hopefully they just.
It kind of looks like it's gonna hold, but it's under the VWAP.
Yeah, I hope. If it
Ethereum's
doesn't,
still holding
then
up pretty strong, man. But it's still at 43,000, man. And Bitcoin dumped a lot.
yeah,
It's
well, that's
trading
true.
higher low.
You're just playing games. I just
A
don't
lot of
want
money when the money comes back in, a lot of it's gonna go into ETH instead of Bitcoin. I'm hearing.
I don't want to go under 105.
Super volatile, but if you look past like the extremeness of it, I mean, like, kind of just looks like some vector recovery there, and then
Yeah, the short term stuff.
stopped at a high volume node in the low of the day.
That's true, but I mean, looking at the bigger picture, we come below 100, it's going to be a problem.
98.
I
Still.
don't. Yeah, I don't think we're. I don't know if
That's
we're actually.
not what I'm being told
I feel
by
like.
the big
I
man.
mean, anything can happen, but I feel like the lowest numbers people are always like, oh, it's good. This is where it's gonna go. Like it never goes to the lowest number everybody's saying.
We need to hurry up. I know that because we're running out of time, whether it's next month or 2 months, whatever. You need to get this damn thing up to 150K already.
This looks like it wants to bounce. I think it's just getting over the VWAP. And once it does, it's gonna go.
So I'm getting ready to turn into Super Bear once we get to the end of this damn thing.
And we still got what? August, September, October, November.
That's what he said.
Still up.
It's his birthday. His birthday's October, and he's getting out.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I don't know
August,
what
September,
day, but
October, that's 3 months to his birthday, and we still got.
3 months. We're in September.
Oh shit! Yeah, just turned September. Jesus.
I'm telling you, we only got like a month, if not less, depending on what happens.
October 24th, right? Is his birthday?
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. Tell me.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so 2 months, maybe less, maybe more.
That's when he's getting out. It's still
Oh,
got till
I'm
December.
going by. I'm gonna go off what he does, because
Oh, close enough. Anyways, another month. September's gonna be a good month.
I've been hearing the odds of September is usually red months
Well,
statistically.
yeah, but when that happened, August was a red month.
But I guess cycle wise, it could be different.
Yeah, but every time, like pretty much every time September is red, August is green. I mean, so and when August is red,
Okay.
usually September is green. So that kind of changes things.
And you also got to factor in that we're at the end of the cycle, so that might not matter. I guess. We'll see. Who knows?
I mean, with the red August, I think we're more likely to go up in September. And I mean, everybody's so down and bearish, but we were going
Nah,
up.
I'm
I think
not.
we had
I'm
like
just
4 green months in a row. Like
long.
after
Oh,
there
there's
had to
people
be like some kind of pullback.
get so used to just bullishness like crazy every day.
You were saying is the first week here of September could be bearish, and the last 3 weeks could truly blast off. So take that into account. This first week of September could have some negative look at it to scare some people out.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. We're going up. We're going up today.
Eventually.
Got enough of this shit.
I think this is by the dip tab.
Don't trip.
Yeah, he did say he was buying it if we come down even more. He was even swinging at some of these longs, but I guess they're not holding up. Well, I guess they did stop going down right into the middle of the trap. Now, I guess there was volume, I guess.
Look at the RSIs, man. On the weekly, daily, everything is down at the bottom almost. Weekly, almost maybe one more week and we'll be down types. It's a good thing, man. Before the Fed cuts the rate, so we've got the correction. Then we can just keep going one way now. You know, whenever we start.
Are we in fear?
Yeah.
I gotta go look. I wonder what it's at.
But that's
See,
good.
that's bad,
We
'cause
want
we
to be in fear.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to be in fear. I hope it's like in 30 or some crap.
We just had greed maxed out.
Yeah, get that out of here. I want to be in all fear right now.
39. That's pretty good.
Oh, okay.
See, it just broke 40 yesterday.
Barely.
Yeah, it could be lower.
Overall, what I don't like is we still have a money kind of coming back out. I was excited when we got above 4 trillion. Now we're back down to 3.8. What does this mean?
3.8, that's nothing.
$200 billion is a lot of money.
You know, they're pulling their money out because they're scared and they're waiting. They were watching for that weekly close or whatever it was. They didn't get it.
Didn't get it. So that gives us a warning there too. That's all I'm kind of saying. We gotta wait for money to come back.
Yeah. They didn't put their money back in because of that. So now they're going to wait for their perfect buying opportunity to put all their big money in.
So wouldn't that make sense for us to do the same?
Yeah, but
Well, that's all I'm
I
saying.
guess it's going to be at a lower number than this.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm forecasting based on what money's coming in and out of the market and from which directions it's doing it. So that's all I'm saying.
If it's lower than 100, you're going to be getting the deal of deals. And it's going to be brutal.
Got him.
Well, hopefully they just do the same damn thing again and shorts get over aggressive and we just rip the hell up and keep doing that crap until they're dead. But we got to go into extreme farming mode. Maybe that's what this is. So now, yeah. So they're not going for it now. Looking at Dbloc's chart, I don't see any. Well, let me see. There's that guy. One red line there. It's like a couple longs. There's those longs right here that are being farmed at 1075 and up to 1082. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that.
We'll pick up tonight this evening around 4 p.m.
Okay.
You treat today like a Sunday.
Today's Labor Day, right? Today's Labor Day for all those people that are supposed to be out there working.
Joe, you got the day off. Damn, it's 6 a.m. here. Took a nap, so.
I've been
Us
sleeping
nappers
more.
are on here. The only reason I had a nap because I was so damn exhausted.
That's how I've been lately, man. I can't sleep unless I'm freaking exhausted. I fell asleep at my desk, standing up.
Falling asleep, sitting up and shit, and everything. You might have that shit that I got, narcolepsy.
I sleep like 3 to 5 hours. That's it.
You have narcolepsy?
Yeah, I got it.
That's crazy.
My ass is just passing out all the damn time asleep. I mean, I haven't been self-diagnosed, so I'm guessing. Pointing there.
Are you like
Come on.
falling asleep all the time because you don't go to bed?
Oh, I go to bed. I'm getting my 8 hours in. Like, if I go to bed, whenever I go back in the bed, I'm probably not going to wake up until like 4 in the afternoon.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I just got a couple hours of sleep and I just got up, but I don't know. Feel like I got a second wind or something.
I know if the market started pumping right now, everybody'd be wide awake.
Let's see, I just hoping this fake out and we just rip up.
Where's what's
Like
his
they were-
name been? I haven't heard him in a while. He used to always come on every time Bitcoin would dump. He would come on. He loved the short. What the hell?
Who that? The Asian guy?
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. He'd always
What's
come
his
on every
name?
time. I bought the
Epic.
top. I bought the top. Epic, yeah.
I have a feeling that something happened to him. He got
Hmm.
liquidated because
Yeah, he hasn't been around at all. Yeah,
he
because
was.
he loved the short and Bitcoin pumped
Yeah.
for a while there. Yeah.
He might not have survived what we had been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Epic.
I don't know who that is. Epic.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll put a short in, but damn.
I was wondering. I haven't heard from him in a while. He used to always talk to BJ. He was always on BJ's channel too. Was that his name, Epic?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd always come on when the market was dumping. I bought the top. I never got that he bought the top yet because he shorted it.
Yeah, his big thing was that 109 when he had that. And he took it all the way down into the 70s. Was it 78 or 80? I don't remember. But I know he was at 109. Oh, damn. He's right there again. But there's no way he left it open.
Bottom.
He didn't survive 123. Or
Top of the morning to you.
they're waking up. They're buying this.
Is that other channel still around?
Which one?
The one we all.
We don't even say the name anymore.
No, I don't want to say the name, man. Yeah, it's a bad word.
He's there.
Oh, sorry, Joke still goes over there, I think.
I think all that's died down by now. Is what it is. We know where the action's at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank God.
Big ass candles, man.
Come on.
Market makers having fun. That's all that is, man. Market makers having some fun. Not much liquidity, so he's just doing what he wants.
Keep them short as long as them shorts stay trapped. Get right up there, liquidate them. 110 range. So I'm crying. Yeah. That's the thing I can't stop thinking about with the if the mindset is that we didn't make that weekly close and that's where you're going to draw your line, well, that means they need to start shorting like crazy then. And if they need to start shorting like crazy and they're set that that's what to do, well, we know what that can do if that happens and they get too aggressive.
Looking to the left, man. We have to go back up. Look at all those big brand candles we gotta go get.
So let them pile in. You pile in with your greedy ass shorts. You set. You did. And okay. Set. BJ's chart.
She's advanced.
That's art.
The-
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You know,
it is it. Her charts
It's
are art.
like
Previous month.
it's like a graffiti artist, you know, or a tagger. You got your own script. You're right. Oh,
No, I know. Yeah,
only
they were just talking about that.
It's like Picasso. You got to know what you're looking at.
you can't read it, but she can.
I can read it really well, but you have to
You
listen and
can.
learn and watch what she's been pointing out over time. And it all makes sense. Told her that for years.
I can tell you don't know what you're saying because those aren't just. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hey.
No, you
Hey,
don't.
you
Because
be nice.
Language.
Oh,
No, when you say
golly.
something like that, when you say
Calm
throw up
down, a
enough
woman.
lines and something gets hit, I can tell you don't know what you're saying.
A lot of
Good
those
night.
lines are from a long time ago. She didn't just throw those lines up. Well, then listen twice as hard as you talk sometimes, then. Listen, she talks about it every day.
You might be a little bit of an ass.
And every one of the YouTube videos are up there.
No, you don't.
Sorry, just chill. We're good.
At least when you're poking shit or where you're stepping on shit, sometimes it stinks.
We gotta be nice to each other.
You were giving her shit. You weren't asking for a breakdown. After you stepped in the pile of poop. It's stuck in your shoe now, bud.
It's all right. Just drop it. It's getting defensive.
Morning.
Come on, Joe. Buy it up. Send it to the moon. Well, Joe, there's your chance to get back into your Doge.
Jet.
My order's sitting at 2080. It went down to 20811 and missed my order by a 00011. My order was sitting at 28 or 208. Came down to 20811. So comes back down. No worries.
Well, the trap shorts are at 107.4 and below, right under 107.2. So, do you think they will be untrapped?
I think if it really wants to, I'd think it'd come down to 103. Pretty fast, clear out the rest of the liquidations, like I've been saying for days now. But
Okay. Well, if we make the assumption that that's the trap shorts for the weekend there, and that's the weekend trap box, then there's a
We got
possibility.
CME gaps, we got vectors all over the place, and that's just a tough one. Toughest thing is
We
I just
still-
don't like how many longs are still sitting below it.
Yeah, but what about all the shorts that think because we didn't close that weekly close at that price up there, that was the signal that we pivoted to that downtrend and that we're going to go to 100 and below. They're going to get really greedy and they're going to get short squeezed. They're greedy right now and they're going to get short squeezed. And that's going to make your Doge even higher. Anyway, I would love to just see them get destroyed and squeezed all the way up to 112 and then test that, because to me 112 is the last real support that we wrote.
I just don't want it to go to 112 without properly filling everything else below us. It didn't fill orders, didn't liquidate all the stuff it wants to, and the big guys
Yeah,
didn't have the opportunity to jump in yet. So that's all
I don't know.
I'm saying is I still think that the big guys haven't done it yet. A lot of people have taken profits on a lot of those shorts from 120s, 115s, 110 all the way down. So there isn't that much true liquidations up above us anymore. A lot of people have taken profits on those shorts. Now what's sitting there is still a lot of longs below us and a lot of orders that haven't been filled, but
That's all right. They're about to put them on there. We could farm them all the way up
yep.
because they're so set on that close that it didn't happen. It had to be that day or nothing.
Yeah, it's tough. It's like when you're like taking off and you have like a two leg flight, and like the first leg of your flight was delayed by weather or something. The whole plane got delayed, and then everybody misses their second flight. So it's like, all right, well, I think this one's taking off in time. It's gonna sit on the runway. We're gonna get a different plane. There's one of those ones where you get to like stay overnight at the airport. I don't know. Either way, I'm still trying to make it on my next flight, make it to my destination, but it's like we have some sort of weird delay here. But we knew weather was coming. We knew how much time we had until that weather came in, whether we were going to get off the runway to make our next flight.
And then you also got to weigh in. They were also now in fear.
Exactly.
You know how long we've been waiting for fear?
Months.
And I remember the last time we went to fear, it didn't even last. I remember. And we were like looking at it and we're like, oh, it's fear. And then it was like 2 days later, it was like, oh, it's full of greed. It was ridiculous. Remember?
It's been pretty ridiculous, but the thing is, I learned a little bit each time of the way. We all did. We all learned a little bit each and every step of the way, right? We are learning stuff.
Yeah, I've learned that anything goes and it don't matter. there's always some type of story that comes out at the right time, whether it's to go to the upside or the downside. So I think the next story will be something to make us pump once they get everybody foot bare, which it's look like they kind of almost already have. Hopefully it's tomorrow afternoon. United States to use something to acquire Bitcoin. Rocket. That's a rocket sound, Joe.
Yeah, I heard the sonic boom.
Yeah, let me finish my Facebook reel.
Right, so this spot is really crucial. Where price action has got us above the 4-hour 800 EMA, which is extremely important. And if you see on the 5-minute, we're now holding up above the 200 EMA. So this 108,669 puts us above the 5 EMA. So if you remember last night, I was speaking about this dashed green, dotted green line, and then the white line above, being that white line above that you see dotted. And I was saying that was like the difference between night and day. Well, it is. Just above that is that 800 on the 5-minute. And then, this angular that you see down, this yellow one, is a descending line. And then above the 800 on the 5-minute, there's this red descending line. See that? And so those two make this descending channel that this time frame holds the 50 EMA and the 800 on the 5-minute, and it also holds the 200, the 500, or the 5 EMA, and then through there. And that brings you down from this in this fib channel, right? So currently we're in this section of this fib channel. And if we can climb up through this rib or curve, right? That curve ends up at the top or the head of the time frame right there. You see the top of this ascending angle, right? And the next top right there is at the curve, the top of the curve of the next section of this fib wedge. You see, if we fail and these moving averages are brought down, right? We don't cross over them and get above that angle. You can see what that will mean, that we will slip down and possibly fall out of this fib section or fib wedge, right? And at the bottom of that falls out underneath 107.3 here. So you see the bottom of the time frame down here, right? That is where your point of control is. This is the grand point of control. I mentioned that earlier this morning, that there would be a good time for a move up at that grand point of control. And so we found price movement up along there. We crossed over the 50 EMA, and then we traveled up above the 200 there. Then we actually had a nice spike above the 800, closed up above there, and made this high above this angular right here. Then we fell down, took it all back, and now we're trying to do it again and reclaim this section through the midline here over the 800. So what this means in terms of our structure is holding the 4-hour, let's go to that, above this spiral. All right, so here's our price right there, and here's our fib spiral. And so we want to move price from this 800, here it is. Here's our 800. So that if you go horizontally, that 800 is our structural base, right? And that is 108.4. So right here, 108, well, above 108.23, right? Let me see that. Right across there. And then now we're along this curve. And then this is our descending angle that we want to move up over, and ascend then over 109, 4 and 5, right? So here's that that fib wedge that we were talking about here just a minute ago on the 5-minute time frame, and so there's that curve. So here's time. Time goes down here. See, here's the date, and you push forward in time, and then these are your angles. So because candles go up and down vertically, right? But our price action, can move on a horizontal and a diagonal, right? So let's go back now to the 5-minute. And so we want to avert this descending movement by moving up here above the 50 and the 800. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. So that's why this line is important. And then on the ascend, so let's look at oh no, my touch screen. I'm gonna have to restart my computer because my touch screen is messed up. I can't manipulate it. Anyway, now we've just lost that just a tiny bit. All right, so let's see what happens if we lose this. Then there it will be the results. Like this will continue to push down, right? And so that's what we were speaking about earlier, is that you can follow the movement back down underneath 107, but the direction right now is moving forward and up. This is that orange line we've been talking about. We need to cross here. So that's 109,377. That's what we want to look for. And then we want to get on the left side of this ascending resistance. So the higher you come in price action, the more likely it is that we make our targets quicker. So that's over that fib spiral. See that? So this is what I'm talking about when you go ascending in a diagonal fashion. See, the price action moves upward in a candle, but we push forward and to the right in time. So yeah, go ahead. Okay, so typically when you're I have to restart my computer because I can't move my touch screen right now. But when I started this one, it was at where the 800, when we started a new movement, and it was along the 800 EMA just before we hit that 800 EMA right here. So you go to your fib tools. Have you ever used one at all? Yeah, okay. All right. So just the mechanics of one here. So you see where you have a big descent like this, okay? And you see I'm on the 5-minute. I could put that fib spiral right here. And I would take that coil, I start my point right there. And I can either draw it this way and put the coil backwards. Just a second. See how I see this arm? the arm this way. I can put it back towards the price action behind. All right, so I could find this, coil it up tight, right there. No, right, I'm doing right there. Boom. So you see that right here? Okay. Now, what that does is it shows you this movement. So it puts the bounce right there, and it gives you this level from the back up. It also look at that, shows you this curve right here. So if I draw the, I can't manipulate my screen right now. I wish I could, but it shows you this curvature right there. Now I can then clone it. Watch this. Oh shoot. Try and then that will give me my next resistance line right here. And it also shows you what your potential is on a curve on a descent. So since I already have my descending angle coming from this previous one right there through here, it gives me these points of interest right down through here. So you notice how that, let's put that up again. Right. So it can show you those curves. Curves are extremely important in charting because they define your space for your candles. Look here. Oh shoot! I need to restart. But if I was able to widen my screen out, I could make these candles look more defined, or widen them so you could see them better because they're too small. Let me see if I can just do it this way. There we go. All right. So here you can see how the wicks come to the top of that, and then you can see the way that the curvature goes. Let me put that back on here. All right. So we need to push through this way. Look at the moving average is right on the top of that curve. Right now, if I can do it again, it'll show me the next space. And then the reason why that's also important is because the next your time frames, see how that's right above. So your candle has got to go up and over that curve, otherwise you have a swing down. It shows you your swing failure right there, because there's the 5 EMA and the 13 on this side, and here's your 200. So let me show you this on let's go to 30-minute. So here's your angle that we've crossed, and here's your spiral, and then here's the time frame of the 30-minute. So we've beaten the 50, and we're at the top of the time frame there. So, but up here is the 5 EMA. So you have to come up and cross that 5 EMA up the top. This shows your horizontal. Right here. So now, this being a crossbar, right, I can see a pattern that has, this is 8 p.m. So between now and 8 p.m., I've got a defined space which I need my candles to ascend over this arc. So here are my candles, and then I can time them out. So here's this. This is 7:30 a.m. Then down at the bottom is where you see your time. Okay, so 7:30. Then you have 8:30 or 8:39. Okay, and so on, all the way. So those are your candles. Then now, if I take a diagonal through here, and I'm just setting this just for whatever reason. I would typically do that. I'm trying to do this quicker. Okay, so I should have taken this first instead. This is an info line. Okay, look at it. The CS is 45 degrees. Okay, so we know that a 90 degree, 45 degree is in a circle. Okay, this is 45 degree cuts across the circle, right? and makes an X, right? So in charting, this is a 45 degree angle is very, very important. And so when you can find your 45 degrees, your 90 degrees, and your zero line, it makes triangles, right? So now let's go back to our 5 minute. Now here's that 45 degree. Look at how it cuts through this candle break perfectly right here. Okay, yeah. Now it also defines this triangle. This, you see that shape right there from that angle down, and on this wedge, on this fib wedge on that curve, we hit it right here. And then if you look at that time, that is the September 1st, 1:30 p.m. So what you're doing, these curves help to define time and space and your slope, because slope is part of the calculus in charting. So that's why I find curves extremely important, because the price action will follow those curvature structures. And yeah, you'll find that they really help you understand how the price will fall at a certain point. You know, you'll come up here and you see, you'll find a top. Like, look at this structure right here. You see how it's gonna bump up against this point, and you'll see that the candle will make a top right here, and then it will fall. And so you can see, okay, at this point in time, I've got resistance. I might make a run. So it helps with your entries and your exits. You're finding your shorts. Correct. So here's your curve. Then you have this top. So look, here's your 5 EMA. I can't pull my screen down. I wish I could. I'm sorry. Yeah, let me just restart it, because I can't do it. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Yes, it is on here, but on a trading view, but on the Discord, it's not. It's crazy. But anyway, yes, I can show you now. So what I was going to show you is, see how this makes this loop right here, and it hits this angle, and then it also shows you this. The point that I want to show you is how these feet, what is thrown off from the spiral loop, okay, brings you all the way up on the arc, back up, and it hits this point, okay? So I always pay attention to where did the feet land, okay? And by feet, I mean like the end of the loop on the curve, okay? Okay. Also, it shows you your where it hits on your previous ascending angles. Okay, so like this makes a interesting point right here that you follow across, and it where it hits your other angles right there. So notice that that has confluence right there. All of these lines come together in a cluster. Okay, so that's 114,000, like 5 to 6. All right, and we know that this 113.9 to 114 is very important, right? And this space as resistance. So you're getting an idea, more of a confluence in where price needs to go, and it just helps to build your build out your chart. Plus, you get to see, look at the shapes, the geometric shapes that emerge when you kind of get used to seeing how the spirals work with the wedges. There's different times when you use a spiral versus a wedge versus a circle. So a fib circle is a different tool too. So this is a wedge, yes. Yep, that's a wedge. And then there's fib channels. They're different too. So a circle is this. And so let's say you start a fib circle here. That's a fib circle. So a fib circle is great to use as a to define like the new let's see, where would I put that? I didn't really think about where to put it. I just stuck it there. Right, so let me I'm going to remove it. This is probably, not the a great spot for it, but anyway, you could put one. Right. So the there's a diagonal line. See, there's a little dashed line from this point. See this point here, and then there's a diagonal line. See where my cursor is? I'm trying to show it to you. It's faint in there. Okay. Yeah, there's a faint little diagonal line. Let me try to do it this way, over on this side. I need to pull it on my other chart because there, can you see it now? That it's like a little gray line. Okay. All right. Yeah. So you would put that on your angle or between your square. So you're squaring out that circle between your target of your square. So you want to center your circle in between your poles. So if this is my pole, this straight line, and this is my pole, that straight line, I want to put my diagonal line at a 45 degrees, so it would be here, right there, and square out that space. So this is the center between this pole, and then that would be the diagonal, right? All right, so now you see how that works. That spiral is cutting a half moon over that circle, because that circle is 50%, right? In half, right there. And look how perfect that 113.9 goes across right there. See that? So, yep. No, I'm not exactly perfect, because that would need to be, I think it is about right. So you're defining your playing field for the chart. So this gives you your fib rings, okay? And then now, let's see, we'll add our, of course I have so much in the background, so it's hard to see, but now there's the price action right here, bring to front. So now you can see that here's our price action, the black line, and we're crawling from this ring to this ring, and then on that curve there. And now we're entering into the bottom here, and the goal is to climb here to where's our here's 128, and then up here is our 127. And if you go straight, like from here straight back up on the top of that curve, right, of the spiral, see how that brings you to the top of that ring, right? And then the foot comes back over here to 111. So price action is going out. So the bull case would be to come across that horizontal and hit that line at 114.7. So now go straight down at 9:45 a.m. Okay, so if our candles went like bonkers from here to here, we could say, okay, we could hit 114.4. Like if we got a huge candle, God candle, right? Because here's our ascending line from behind, right? Right there. And if I take an ascending line from here to here, that hits that line, and that hits that line. And now this is Monday, September 1st, 8:10 p.m. I can hit that pole right like that. So this gives you potential. Okay, potential, not actual, but potential. So now let's do our price to bar ratio, because your price to bar ratio is important. So you can see here a little bit more like of ascending action. And so here's my previous fib. Here's the spirals that we just made, and now here was earlier today, and then that was my angle that I drew when we were climbing right there. I labeled it 15-minute bull track. So now you can see on this curve, right? You can see how we might have a potential of descending through that curve back down to about this level right there, which is 108.3. So if we were to continue with this resistance overhead like that, all right, let me highlight that. Okay, you can see, you can define your potential top and bottom, and where in time you need to cross in order to make your targets, right? So let me highlight that. So basically what you're doing is you're setting your playing field so that you can make your trades more successful. You can define when you need to get out of a trade easier. You can define how long you should be in a trade. You can, yeah, all kinds of things, when to enter, when to exit. It's very helpful to know time factor. It gives you a visual versus just a just like for me, it's much better to have a defined area that you're working with, instead of just something that's in the air that you don't have a reference point of which to work. Yeah, this create that helps you create a path. You're welcome. Now you can, you too. Okay. Have a nice day. Okay, we're getting our lift here. Let's see if we can reclaim our top at above 109.9. I'd like to see 109.926 to 110.048 on this push, if possible. That would clear that descending angular at this point up here, and would get us at the bottom of or at the base of the next horizontal resistance. Going to be tough there at 109.9 though. So I see now at this point how these curves now go backwards and to the left. That's the directional flow is more counterclockwise at this point right here. And that's due to this angle that we crossed, and we're up above this line here. So that's why this angle is real important right there. Y'all ready? Hey, everybody. So this is the essence of chop. So if you're wondering why it's difficult, it's because of that. The direction isn't clear because we're in a chop zone where moving averages are, coiling and so on. So we're in between, we're in the middle. And until there's a clear direction, you're going to have, small buys, not conviction, and so on. It's the structure is there, but until people have conviction, you're not going to see, the follow through with buys on retail. So what we're looking for here is a sustained build over the moving averages on the small time frames to the upside. Okay, we're grinding up slowly, and we're making progress. But it's difficult because you see we're coming around a corner, and then we have to come up here above an 800, which it's a steep climb, and you have to pass over these angles that are ascending, but at the same time you've got force from a descending angle that puts pressure on from above. So it's a hard slog. Anyway, it's a difficult time because right here, if you don't get across this certain spot at a certain time, you can have a swing down, and that area can take us back down to 108.5, and then we can fall down from that swing back underneath here, which is 108.4, and then it can take a little more time to dig out from there down underneath 108,000. And then you have to climb back up again. So when we say yeah, whoops, there's somebody that's got the YouTube on. But I'll wait. See, here's a triangle that is formed right here. So from this spot right there, okay, above 109.6, right? That comes down like this. See how this price marker got over it, but not high enough. Okay, we don't have bodies of candles that came up because you have this curve. So then price action fell down here, and now we're at this spot where we're swinging like lower here. So we're still not over this point where these two cross, this one and this one, right? So that produced this gap area earlier, and we had price action that went down through the middle down here and shook people out. And then we came up through this barrier again, got over that, and now we're on this arm, and we have this angle here to cross, but we have this ring. So our goal is 109.270, and then up here to 109.5. It's hard to describe the difficulty of this zone. It's just a lot of chop. So let's see. We'll go back to the 4-hour, and just to give perspective, you got to understand that we are over the 4-hour 800. Okay, so here's your 800 on the 4-hour. It's down here below at 108,400. Here's the pivot point. Price is above the pivot point. Pivot point is 108.6. Price is above that. Price is also above the 4-hour 5 EMA. It's in between the 5 EMA and the 13. The 13 is above the 5, but it is above the 5. It's though below the 50. See how the 4-hour structure, besides the 800, the 4-hour 50s are pushing downward because price has not come across it yet. So therefore, price is moving toward it, but it's not been low enough for us to reach it. It's almost there, but not quite. So if I go on a horizontal, okay, here's our volume structure on the 4-hour chart. The volume structure horizontally is underneath the 50 EMA and the 50 MA. See, the top of the volume structure is right at the base of the ribbon on the 4-hour, but it's above, okay, it's above the 800. So we're building upward, but we're not quite here to match that yet. So price has got to move ascending in order to build the candles this way. So let me show you. Okay, here's our candles, and here's your volume profile on the 4-hour, and notice that this candle made progress, got up over this halfway mark. Okay, this candle had some indecision, and now this candle is right there, about to cross over that midline. All right, and then we would like to see it between now, this started at 12, between now and 4 o'clock to push up to at least the top, if not get over the top, between now and 4 p.m. So at 4 p.m. at the open, we would like to be sitting at least open at the top of this volume structure. We'd like to get some more volume here, ascending this way, and put put the bottom of the candle right there. Okay, so if you take an angular and go this this way through the top and square that out, put a pole here and square out that section and draw a 45-degree line and exit out, you'll see you don't want candles coming underneath here and falling below that 800, right? You don't want to go this way down and hit this point. That point is 105, right? We want to go this way, obviously, for ascending, unless you're in a short, then you're looking for, these 104.9, because that's where that leads. Because if you break this structure right there at 106.6, that then you go lower through time. This push that way. All right, because see, this is a moving average that's descending, but it's not descending at a rapid rate. It's holding kind of on a horizontal motion right now. We've got pressure underneath it, but not enough to push at the moment to push up above. We haven't touched it yet. You see, we've not touched it. So hopefully within the next 4 hours, we'll get to that point where we get a wick through here and start to put pressure on the 4-hour time frame. Okay, we haven't done so. Look, we haven't done so since way up here. See, we got a wick up here, right? But we didn't come up to the 200. So we have a gap in here. So we need to arrest this descend, come up through here, and at least start trading over that 50 EMA and 50 MA, curve around and build up through here. Okay? So this chop. That's what it's chop. Up and down, up and down, up and down. And it's hard through this middle because you got indecision. One way, if you're over the 50, under the 50, over the 50, under the 50. All right, so let's go down smaller, 30 minute. See here, on the 30 minute, you got a 200, big moving average, 200 MA. Here's a 50 MA. here. Now, let's look at its profile. So the volume profile on the 30-minute is expanded across much of the ribbon, right? We've had volume above and below. So that means that there's interest all the way down here at 1081. There's interest in the middle, and there's interest up top. Now, look at this candle. This candle's almost over the middle bar, and we're pushing towards from the middle now to the top. So we've had, you know, to where we touched on the 200 up here. This was, when was it? 5:30 in the morning today. And we reached over the top of this 200 MA. That's the pink. But notice we did not sit our bottom. There's no bottom sitting there trading over the top of it. It's not, you don't see that candle sitting, closing over, you know, with the butt over the top. Yeah, we got through it and the bodies are through it, but there's no bottom sitting on top. That's what we want. We want to have support build upward. So you want candles over the top of this line here. That's 109.8. Until we get that, we're not gonna build support up to the upside. We have to close candles above those places, and in order to start that, you have to have 109, 2, and 3, and 4, because here is the 50-day moving average on the 30-minute right here. Okay, isolate. Okay, so now notice that we have bottoms, the butts of the candles over the 50-day moving average on the 30-minute. That is positive. That means that we're building support upwards, but these are not in order, right? The 50-day moving average is lower than the 200. The 200 is a bigger moving average than the 50. So over the course of time, we want the candles to move on top of them and trade over them, because then that needs to fall underneath, and the 50-day 50 EMA, which is faster, right, will come up above that and cross over it. That it'll follow. See the 50 over here, these will move up like a racehorse race. You know, they're going to close up and take over the 200 and the 200 MA. They're going to go on top of it, follow the price upward, and these will reorder. So when you see that happen, then things will begin in line, and then you get movement to the upside, and the candles will then sit on top of these moving averages. Until you have that happen, you don't get sustained movement to the upside. You get spikes up and down, chop, 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 but you don't get sustained growth or support. So, and that is because look at the angle, they're flowing this way. You need to have the candles up over the top for a period of time. Then to top it off, not only do you have that 200 coming down on the 30-minute, but you have an 800 above in a gap. Look at how far away that is. So not only do we have to get our candles above that, but we have to then reach again and wick up there. That has to descend a bit, and then we have to do that. So when we talk about time, that this will drift, our price will ascend, right? And then we will come to a point where we will meet that and begin to trade over that. And these fast moving averages, the 5, the 20, you know, the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20, EMA will cross over the 800, and that will be bullish, right? Again. And then the 800 will get into its place and go with them. So you watch that happen on the 1 minute. When you start watching the action of a time frame, you'll get to understand. And now I'm talking like like you don't know what you're doing. I don't mean to do that. I'm just saying that if you're not used to that, then watch it for a while, because it's enlightening if you haven't ever done it. But watch a small time frame and watch how those moving averages interact if you've never done that, because it is kind of cool to see. So see, like right here, your 800's on the bottom, your 5, your 13, your 50, your 200, but the 200's out of order. It shouldn't belong up there. We have to get that in its right place. Then your 50 and your 200 MAs, these are big, they're slower. They don't trade as fast. It's the way they're calculated. You can look into that yourself and find out how they're calculated, but they're weighted differently. So I use them as these are more for direction. The small moving averages are for your trading and so on. But check out where they are and know that your candles have got to go over the top of those big moving averages. Look at how we missed it. We aren't getting over the top. See? And now we've got pressure to the downside. So we want to find support on those 800s and build up over the top. Now we'll swing around and come back up around. The 1 minute, goes around and around and around, and goes up and down and up and down and up and down. That's what it does. Okay, enough said. But that's why it's hard to trade and it's hard to figure out sometimes. But go back and look at where the support is, where we are above that 4 hour. Okay, candles are above the 4 hour support. Where am I? And daily. See, we're above the daily here. The daily 200, and 4 hour again. We're above the 4 hour 800. Anyway.
BJ, that's such good stuff. I just wanted to echo what you were saying, because I did that little exercise, if you remember me saying that I took everything, just had a naked chart, put it on the line chart instead of the candles, and then I put all of the different EMAs on there, the 5,
Okay.
the 13, the 50, and all of them, and then just went from time frame to the time frames that I usually watch: the 4 hour, the 1 hour, the 15, or the 69 minute now, and watched them as they interacted with each other. And gosh, that is a good visual exercise to get a real good understanding of the movement and the ebbs and flow of the candlesticks. And when you don't have the candlesticks on there and you're not going, oh, that's a vector, or oh, that's a volume stopping candle, or anything like that, you just have the line chart and you watch the EMAs, you see how important it is, like you said, to establish the 800 below, and then the 200, the 100, the 50, and you can see that upward movement of that line, which is your candles patterns. But it just gives you a whole different perspective when you do it from a naked chart. So I just wanted to echo that for anybody who's on here. When you explained that to me, it was like a week ago, something like that. I just jumped on there when I was doing some, in my learning time that I set aside to try to learn something each day. And gosh, that just gives you a cleans perspective too, because when I took all of my other indicators off that don't influence my thinking, and again, you just watch the elegance of the movement of the candles and how they move within those EMAs, it's really valuable for people to do. So I just wanted to shout that out because it was helpful.
It is, and to understand when the order that it is in, when you get a massive expansion,
Yes.
is important to see, like how they're ordered and how often it happens. I'm trying to get my chart to in a way that we can kind of
Yeah, no,
visualize.
you're exactly right. And that's what that exercise did. I never really put it
Mm-hmm.
together to look for the order of it. I knew the 800 was big. I knew the 200 was big, but I never really in my mind kind of had that as a fundamental foundation of this is the structure you want for upward movement, or this is
That's
the
right.
structure that you need to be looking for if we're going to take a serious downturn. They were just more
Mm-hmm.
random, but now it's like a foundational pattern in my mind after doing that exercise that I look for, even with all my other indicators on. I look for the 800. As a matter of fact, what I did was I went in and I made, of course, I had them all color coded, but I made them dotted lines.
Right.
So that, and then I expanded the size of it so that I could always have in my mind where the 800 is, where the 200 is, where the 50 is. And that really helped too, because it just put it in the forefront of this is what I need to be watching until it just becomes second nature to me. Because again, I hadn't really thought of it as a foundational tool, and that's what it is. It's got to be foundational because that's where your candles are going to move in between those EMAs and MAs and whichever ones you use. Go ahead.
That's right. No, I appreciate it. That's very good information. And the other thing to keep in mind is that where you see the bottom of a moving average and a top, I'm trying to let's go on a big time frame here. Okay, so here's here you see the orange and the pink. These are the 50, this orange, and the pink is the 200. Where you see them curving and topping, okay, that's going to also direct your flow. So notice how price is on the left side of the moving average on the 50. This is like a razorback, right? It's on the price is on the left. And then when it rolls over and price goes under on the inside of it, okay, then you get a descend. And then when price comes back up over the top, it's ascending, right? So that is, now notice that the 200 is underneath in support of. The 200 is underneath in support of. So right here, look what's happening on the MA, the 50, which is smaller than the 200, is rolling forward. Okay, and here's my circle. And then here's they're coming closer together, the space, right? Here they came close together, but this then took off this way and price went up, right, over the top. Now, price is underneath. Price is underneath both of them. So in order for us to get expansion again, we've got to move up and over both of those moving averages to this spot on that arc. And then we have to trade above this spot where it started to roll over. And so if you go horizontally, you see that that's that price right there. That's 118,391. Then you have to even go further back because this spot is lower angularly than that one. That spot is, oh, well, shoot. I think I called out the wrong number earlier. Well, this one is 117.7. This one is, sorry about that, 117.3. I said 118. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was coming across this way and telling you what that had to be.
Yo, just heads up, S&P futures just closed.
Oh, thank you. So now that this is dipped down this way, right, and our price is underneath, we have to dig. If we don't move up now along this angular, right, price is going to end up digging down underneath here, and then we'll have to find our way back up and around and come out here, and notice how these will come and cross. I mean, just picture it. This one is going to cross over that one because this is faster moving than this one. So that will come up, cross over. Price is going to be in here coming down. I'm sorry about the dog. Okay, so you see, price will be coming down underneath them, right? And then they'll continue to decline underneath, and that pushes price farther down. So that's how you get this, price in the realm of 103, possibly 99, right? Because if we continue to have pressure that way, that's where you get those numbers, right? So it won't be until we find a curve back up and around where this crosses over, and then we move back, and then we cross them back up again, and then pop out, and then return back to where we were in order to make the high again around the on the other side of the circle. Now you that can take months, it can take longer, because it depends on the slope of how deep we go, and then the rate at which you return. So let's say we slope down here and just fall to this spot, which is like 105.2. All right, so we come down to this little angle, and then come on back out. See, here's the 12 o'clock on the circle. Here's 3 o'clock. All right, so let's say we come around here and just fall to 106.9. Then we round about this way, and that moving average doesn't fall too much, and we just curve back around and go up. That's one scenario, because price is already like right here, and then we just find our way back that, and we hit the moving average just underneath like that. But if that gets too deep, you can see a scenario where you have to dig this way, and then you have to go laterally quite a ways before all of the other moving averages have to reorder again and again and again and again. and sometimes that dig can take you way down and before you go back up, and then your top is now 103 for a long time before you can dig out past 109 again, and then go back to 114. So your overhead your overhead can be this spot. After you come down, your overhead resistance can be much lower, and it can take a while, see, before you get back up there. So that's what makes watching those moving averages really important. So let's look at them here. Okay, so this one is our 69 minute, and this is the 200, or the 50 is underneath the 200, and then here's our angular, right? And here's price, and here is our overall circle, right? And then here's where these two angles have a point, and then you have a horizontal line here. And there's our descending, see, right through there. All right, so now let me expand this a bit. All right, so we want to find support above this 200. There's a price action. And here's your support. This is a fib, if I'm remembering my lines. Fib spiral. This is from way back. All right, so we want to find support above that 50-day moving average and then trade up over the top so that our candles go up above this angle like this, instead of caving underneath that moving averages and coming on down here. Because look at this, is liquidity down here, this blue band, and if we fall down underneath here, we've got this line across here. That is 107.2, and then that brings you down through this gap, and then you hit this major line right there. That's 106.3. So you have that. Since there's a lot of liquidity right there, you can imagine that we're going to hit that. That's 107.2, and then you have all the way down here to go. So you would pass 105.2, and then you won't find it like angular until you hit here at 104, like 3. So that puts us still above 30, like 103 here. It's like at 3 o'clock. It's not like coming down below 3 o'clock. It's still not too bearish. So what I'm saying is, once you get past 3 o'clock, you're more bearish on the circle, because it just takes longer to dig out on a bearish cross like that. You want to stay above 3 o'clock. That's right here and above. Your more bullish structure is to come out of a circular pattern between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. So that's why this angle is more preferable right there. This is still okay, but it's not as good as coming up over this way. because this is, this is 45 degrees from here. That's where you get that from. So if you can see this from this point up here, look at, that's your 124. That's that spot right there. And then upwards here, that's 128. So if we get stuck underneath this angular here, which would be under the 800 EMA on the 69 minute, then our top, for a while is going to be 111.4. And then if we sink down here, our top is, likely 109, 106. So this will be our overhead resistance. And you can see, busting up over 112 is going to take a while. That's the thing that we face, because those big moving averages will slide down here like that. So our best case for the beating the all-time high is to crack this ASAP. And the way we do that is to cross 110,000 at 420 soon. So if you can see this little pie structure here, here's the 800, and our price moved down. So when we talk about falling forward, that's what I mean. If we would have crossed that 800 a few days ago, like right back here, you see how much better that would have been as far as the circle goes. We would have been over this way. It's so much more, so much closer to 120, right? You would cross these angulars much better. Now that these angles are much farther away, because look, that those moving averages have fallen below the 800. Before they were up here. So it was much more bullish. Now we've fallen forward. You have to dig out underneath and come back up and around. And so the higher prices, or the higher structure, is unattainable until you cut through this window. So that's what we face. Does that make some sense, or no? Range, our lower numbers are more probable than they were. Maybe that is more. So when we talk about being more bearish, that's what we mean. That the probability of
Good
these
morning, can you
numbers
look
is
at
getting
chart 20?
greater as time goes on, because we are not achieving the goals of these moving averages. That we're falling too far forward. AZ, I just saw your question now. What do you mean? What's the anchor of the VP? What do you mean by the VP? Visual profile. Okay. Hang on. I use AAVP and I also use the hang on a second. Let me take all this off. Okay, so on the indicators, it's this one, auto anchored volume profile. That's the one I use. And it goes on all your charts or all of the time frames automatically, and it sits there. Then I also have on the on this chart, I have it on the right, and I use that from the trading trading views. See all that. I have to hide that. Over here on the chart on the toolbar, so that it's over here. I have to work with my chart a minute because I've been messing with it so much that I have to get it to where I can mix. But it's helpful to have the one from TradingView and then the one from the auto one. Where is it? I think I might have turned it off. But I like that AAVP one. It's nice because it floats visibly within your chart. Oh, there it is. There. And I don't mess with the inputs at all. I just leave it at default. Okay, you meant what is the basis of the anchor? I think it just goes on there automatically. I don't, I think it's 800. Let me look. It's just giving me auto, and it looks like it's a 14. Let's see. Yeah, 14. So it must be a 14-day. Why do I have two of them? Length 14, row size 24. Volume area volume 70. Input values. Let's see. In the status line. So let's see. Length. Applicable to the highest high, lowest low, and highest volume anchor periods. 14. I don't know if that helps you, but I haven't messed with it before. I just have used it the default. Is there one that you like that you use that you think is better or worse, or do you think that could be improved? Not, or two? Let's see over here. Yeah, this is auto. And it calculates it on each chart. And then you can set it, I believe, yeah, you can set it for the developing point of control. Value area high and low and everything. I used to change the color of that, but then I kicked it off and then I haven't messed with it again. But anyway, you know, these lines are your developing. So we're here down here at this pivot point again. So we're just now under it. AZ, are you there now? Because I think that maybe what we're speaking differently about is the difference between a fixed range volume profile and an anchored volume profile, because there is a difference there. The fixed range is the one that the anchored one is the one you're talking about, where you place it in a specific spot like this, like oh, hang on. And so you're choosing where you anchor it, but this one is a fixed range. That's the one I use. So I don't choose it. That's the fixed range. The anchored one is where you choose where you want to anchor it to, and you get your profile based on that, and and you use that for a specific period of time and so on. Okay, so that, I think that's what you were asking me about, but that's a whole different thing than the than the indicator, the AAVP, or this other one on TradingView. So let's see. No, let me see what I can. I have to get this one selected now again. Let's see, there's this one, and then there's this one. Oh. As to which one I'm trying to select, I think. Okay, so here's the anchored, or yeah, fixed range volume profile and anchored volume profile. So fixed range and anchored are different. Here's anchored. And then Do I have it on there anymore? There. Okay. I'm gonna go to something else here. Just a minute. Okay, what would be the best spot to anchor to in general? So that's where I would use the automatic one, because that one is just going to be placed in the appropriate spot for every time frame, and it's just going to float. If you, for instance, if you're going to do that, the specific one, that's where you want to measure, like for a specific trade. Let me take off the drawings, hide drawings. Okay, so let's say I'm on 30 minutes and I want to see, oh, I've already got this volume profile here. But let's say it's been a long time since I've used that specific one, but you can put it on from, let's say, the 4 hour, and then let me try to remember the 4 hour, and then you can fix it. Fixed range. Okay, so let me see. So you would take it from this way, I believe, and you would go from here. That, I'll see, it's gonna clutter up. It's gonna go back to my drawings. I need to open up a new chart. I don't think I actually drew one. Oh, let's see. Okay, you're gonna have to give me a little grace, because I don't do this too often, where I just go and start a new. Okay, so we're gonna pick a. I have to do a new tab, right? Oh, geez. All right, I'm gonna not do it on this because I don't want to mess this up. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna take a new tab, and I'm gonna open up Trading View, right? Trading View, I think. Like I said, I don't do this. Trading View. I don't think I'm doing this the most efficient way at all. Trading, no, that's not. All right, let's just do. You would think that, I don't know, I just don't do this too often. Okay, so trading view, there we go. All right, now why can't it, oh, it's because I'm doing a search. I don't want to do a search. Thank you, Infinity. Right, yeah, I agree with you, AZ. Click on the field with the binding cursor and enter trading view. Blinking. I think I'm tired. All right, so click on the field with the blinding cursor. Oh, you meant blinking? Oh, blinking, yeah. Click on the field with the blinking cursor and enter tradingview.com. Yeah. You know, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. I'm going to take my mic off because I'm giving everybody on YouTube a good laugh today. Yeah. Y'all can cover it for me, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, have I accomplished something here? I might have. All right, so infinity. Am I on the right track? And easy. So I've I've opened up TradingView. I've named a new layout, volume profile, and I've opened this chart on BTC. The CME futures BTC is a blank deal. And so I don't think I've done anything to my other stuff. I got this new layout, right? So where ought to go? This is a fresh deal from what I think I've done here, right? Yira, I think you got it. Ooh, yay. I get a C for effort here. All right. Now, so we go over here in our tools. Why do these candles look so funky? I think I'm going to take it off of the CME. I don't want to use this one because this is. Let's try. Let's use Kraken, huh? I'll see about that. All right. I don't know. This looks better. Okay. Let me see what. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, AC. Yeah, that wasn't the right thing to use. Okay, so now, can either of you come on voice because I have to switch back and forth, back and forth. Switch to 4 hour. Okay. All right, back and forth there. Yeah, I can't see you and do on the chart at the same time because I'm old and I have one little tiny monitor. I don't have the setup that you fancy people have. I'm just a little old me. Look for a candle on the left with the lowest point. Okay. Look for a candle on the left. I'm on the 4 hour. Yeah, I agree. Left. Here we go. How's that? Good enough for. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, that's what I'm figuring. Alrighty, now. Now I'm gonna take my tool. We're gonna do the fixed range one, I'm assuming. Here we go. So now place the AV WAP, the auto VWAP. Okay. So first I have to go to the AV WAP. So, okay. Anchor view up. And place it here. I stretch this out now. I guess it doesn't matter. There we go. I mean, you're basically just recreating an indicator that. Okay, now go to the 1 hour. Mhm. By George. I think I've got it. Okay, so now what we've done is taken the volume profile from June 27th to the present time. Now you could, if you wanted to, change the date like this, you know. Oh, what a deal. Look at that. Uh-huh. And you can isolate that area. Go back. See that? Boom, chakalaka. So you can look at that. You can track your move from here on that angular right there. Look at that. Wowee. So let's look at that. There's 104. Let's see what we're at here. Now let's shrink our time frame up. There's our time. Here we go. Let's do this. There we go. And let's see where most of the volume's been up here. We don't have many gaps. Well, there's a little bit of a gap here. But now this has been since Saturday. That's yesterday. I can see how this would be useful for sure. So on the indicator, when you can't do this manipulation, I don't think. So I like this. Remove the VWAP. That one, you can use either fixed range or anchored. Anchored will calculate the new candles as well. Fixed, it will be for a fixed range. Yeah. Yeah, I can see the definitely the usefulness of this version. Now, I did use this a lot. Yeah, yeah, of course it will give you the ranges. Yep. Right. And those ranges you can put in the fibs. So, like for me, let's see, I would do this. I need to change the color of my line here for the background or something. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Delete, remove, and remove. And with the brush. All right, so now, well, first I need to change the color. I could just do this, right? Settings. Okay, line. Let's make it green. Or this, like this. Well, that's kind of wild looking, huh? All right, we'll use that. All right. Well, that's anyway, we can see it. Okay, and then you wanted me to remove this, you said? Let me see. Confluence over high time and will speculate for position. Yeah. Okay, so now let's get our line from here to here, mostly here. Okay, so now this is what day? Oh, that's from April. Yeah, here's this low, and now I want to pull that down. What am I doing? I'm not grabbing the right thing here. I'm not doing something right. Let's see. Here we go. That's what I want. There. All right. That's going to give me this range here. Even at that. So that's there's a gap in volume here. And then of course from here to here. So where's our point of control? Let's see. POC. think this is the one I use, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so here's grand point of control. Yep, that's where I have it, 83. Yep. Okay, so um, now let's do this. Hey guys, we're at 1095. What in the world?
Thanks.
What's going on here? 1095. That's cracking. What? ETC USD 2025. What does this say? This says 109.525. Single collateral futures. Oh, well, that's interesting, huh? Yep, that's the same number I get on my chart right there. Yep. 93. Yep. Matches. So now we'll do this here. And then we do this. Right, there's my chart. There's my snowflake right there. Bada bing, bada boom. There's 125. It's perfect. Look at that. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Yo, yo, yo.
Who's there? Can you hear my? I guess you probably can hear my TV.
A little bit. It's not bad though. I wonder how much this World Liberty token is sucking the liquidity out of tokens right now.
What's your question? How much what?
I wonder how much of this this World Liberty token that got launched today is sucking liquidity out of the market.
I think a lot. But
Yeah, me too.
that would be my guess. Trump coin did that too when it launched.
Yep. Damn, it's been down only since it's launched. It's down about 30%.
Yep.
Good morning again. What's going on, everybody?
Good morning to you.
Good morning, bro.
What up, dude?
I don't think I even came on voice when I got up in the morning earlier. I was up at like 5 when we were pumping. But I was in the chat. Excuse me.
So did you go back to sleep then?
Yeah, I went back to sleep. I was checking to see, because, like I said yesterday, I was like, don't sell on red. Wait for green candles. Still waiting to see how we react to our SR flip. But when I saw it start coming through that vector, I don't know. I just woke up. I was dead sleep. I woke up and something told me to check the chart. And I fell asleep on y'all last night, which is why the price went off the. You guys ever see the price go off of the chart? Something's gone horribly wrong. You know, it's like a little game that I play when I leave the screen. Like, I have to do TA before I leave so that I know where to set the chart so that the price doesn't go off the chart in the amount of time that I'm gone. And whenever that happens, I feel like I lost a trade. The funniest shit ever.
Especially when you're away from the house and then you can't go fix it.
You're just stuck looking at it on YouTube with everybody else.
Yep.
So we didn't close above that.
No,
109.
that failed. That failed last night, right? Which is why I said,
yeah,
I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 weeks of bearishness here. But this is when I was warning. I was like, that doesn't mean sell everything. That doesn't mean run and sell your shit. Because if we get the false move down that frees the trap shorts, there's a chance that we can get a 3-day swing before we take out some bottoms. So my plan is to judge the strength of this move up and make a decision on whether or not I'm adding to positions or I'm taking them out, right? That's why it says on it's like the stream where it says is a rescue ship or a rocket ship? Right? We've got to decide that. If you're underwater, this could be the rescue ship you need to save yourself some of the L's until we get, lower prices.
Right. Okay.
If volume comes in or we get some sort of, look at the tape. The tape has been black for the last 5 seconds. It's crazy. If we get some sort of news or volatility, all of that can change. So looking at the macro, what I was telling the group yesterday was, hold on, get rid of this shit. So Wales won that little war, right? We couldn't get above that line, but if we come down a little bit and then take off and close above some of these highs, like if we can get above 117 and close, then that red candle, our next drop down can come to test those tops and not have to worry about these sections. But honestly, we need to get above our local highs. Like, not even these local highs. I mean, this one specifically. Because that brings us back over this. That brings us back over this order block that's sitting there.
Ooh. World Liberty just launched, huh?
So if we go to our months, right, because we were trying to figure this out last week. Go to our months, red August, but he's looking for a green September because of it. And I agree. I think we are going to have a green September. But I do think that the first 2 weeks of September could have a dip in them. And that dip could take us lower than where we dropped. Right? But that candle would still close as a green September. So for the first week, I'm going to be kind of like, cautious, respecting every bearish pattern I see. And then if we get enough distance, and more importantly, structure, right? If we get above some structure, then maybe we don't have to come down to those levels. But honestly, like, what should happen is we should come down to 1. And if that downtrend doesn't hold, we should come down to 2. The only thing that's going to stop that from happening is a catalyst that brings in liquidity right now. Because I don't want to paint a rosy picture that's not there. If things happen the way things are supposed to happen, meaning if things happen the way that they do percent wise, this is what we'll get: a drop to 1. If that doesn't hold, a drop to 2. Right. So the anomaly here would be if we pump without doing that. It's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but we say that we try to invest in the probable and defend against the possible. And we don't want to put all our chips in something that's just possible. We want stats behind this. So we'll see. So far, we've been right. We got a lower, we went lower on this weekly candle. And we did, if I was to have one bit of bullishness, is that we didn't go bullish and go bearish engulfing on this weekly candle. That would have been really bad. Right? If we would have closed underneath 106 or 107, whatever, that would have been bad. Because that would have been a complete break of structure. Next candle would almost definitely have been red. Right? So that would have given us back-to-back red months. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Bearish engulfing, you're going to get at least one follow-up red candle. It's the same thing on a 5-minute, same thing on a 10-minute. Unless that's a vector and you get like a railroad track scenario where you get green vector, red vector, and then vector recovery. Typically after a bullish engulfing, you're going to see at least one more red candle. Problem is on the monthly, we can't have that, right? So it is a good thing we didn't close down underneath that. But the fact that we broke these levels isn't good either. Right? Under no sort of TA explanation that I've seen is that a good thing that we came down underneath these bodies. That was the range that we wanted to stay out of. So we do have to pay for those sins at some point, like I said, unless things change. But for right now, I am expecting some bullishness. But like I said, main question you have to figure out for yourselves, and everybody's got to figure this out for themselves, is whether you're convinced that this move up is going to be a rocket or a rescue ship. And I'll tell you, at 5 o'clock in the morning when these candles were going up, I saw a lot of rocket ship sentiment. I saw a lot of celebration of buying the dip and a lot of pouncing on bears' graves and, all of that type of shit. But just, remember, it takes more than 3 red, 3 green candles on the 15-minute to change the macro. But the Bulls were doing victory laps on Twitter this morning. I mean, I'm not mad at them. That was an amazing stopping volume candle catch. Like, look, this 5-minute stopping volume candle is still alive, I think. But yeah. So, GG's if you caught the fallen knife. I just don't want anybody to be convinced too early that that's it. Even if we pump from here, which I expect us to.
Yeah. That 1072 boss, man, that was definitely a Giga Chad moment. And man. Anyway.
You had a swing. I mean, you either swing or you don't. You know what I mean? Like
I caught it.
We try to teach good sort of risk management to protect from that going bad. But yeah, shooter's gonna shoot. You're a type 1 trader. You're a type 1 trader. Again, there's nothing wrong with waiting for confirmation. That shit doesn't make you a better trader than anybody else. It just means you have a higher risk tolerance.
Yeah. The problem I have is I've noticed self-scouting is I want to do 1, 2, and 3, and you can easily go wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, typically I don't ever go all in on a falling knife catch. So I'm either going to be a type 1 and type 2 trader or a type 1, type 4, right? Like at some point there will be confirmation that that was the bottom, and then I'll add more to the position.
I did that well, like that Saturday morning, not catching the bottom, but getting in at low 1083. And then every time we dipped down, I added. I attacked that trade and got out a little early, but still in profit. But the way I attacked it, it just got lucky, but it felt so safe, man. And it's like, yeah, that's what's up. That's what needs to be happening more often.
Yeah.
Yo, do you think this World Liberty token is stuck in a lot of liquidity right now, and we
That
might have
shit
to like
is a huge
wait for
liquidity.
this
Yeah, it's
like
a
to
huge
settle down?
liquidity suck. People still getting dumped on, I'm sure, right? Pre-sellers are still dumping on retail right now. I haven't even looked at the
Yeah,
chart.
it's been down only. It's down
Yeah.
like 30%.
That's honestly, I don't. That's what you were like. What else could you expect? So many people had their hands on this early, you know. CK said market maker lost control. I think market maker definitely lost control yesterday. Right, we saw on the 5 minute. I mean, we were watching this live. Right, it came right up to the last second when we were gonna close above that line before they got taken out here. Right. Let me go back to the past. So this was our target, right? And this was where the close was. And it looked like they were going to pull it right to the last minute. But yeah, if we turn on our little whale watcher, and you go to the sniper time frame, there's the attack right there. As soon as they had the first double top, whales tried to drop price right here, right? Weren't effective at breaking. Tried again right here, which took them to test that support. But market maker algos were set, in my opinion, to try to get price above. So this was a straight algo whale war. And then as soon as we got this rejection, they hit it with everything they had. And that killed sentiment, and people sold off. This shit is like a movie sometimes if you know what you're looking at. But as far as lost control, like, so yeah, so here, in my opinion, market maker motivation was up, and they took a big L on that one, right? But as far as our weekly structure goes, this is completely normal. Like I was saying yesterday, if you just take the macro out of it, which as a macro guy, I can't do. But if we got to wait 2 weeks anyways, macro's already screwed. We've got to focus on now. Our weekend trap is still sound. Trap longs, trap shorts. We've already come down and signaled those, the trap shorts being freed. But we've got an extra 24 hours on this getting a lower low because CME's closed. Right, we got one extra day. So I don't doubt that this comes down and puts down another low, and then we have our 3-day up. Somebody asked earlier, could we already be on our 3-day up? Yeah, it's possible. Right, we already took out our lows. These trap shorts have been freed, but we've seen this before, guys. Right, we've seen them double dip for that low before they go.
CME closes in 1 hour and 43 minutes.
Where is... But as far as everything else, they've been good. I mean, we're still literally just outside of the trap. They just failed us when we needed them the most. That's all. You know, no big deal. What'd you guys do with your fallen knife plays? We TP or we're still holding on?
I still got mine. I took a little off, but I got probably 80% still going.
I'm like 60% and I took 40%.
Yeah, I'm all out, but I've done I bought some more beam with it, you know, just stacking some beam because it went really low. So
Okay, okay.
I got double dipped.
Oh. Chance that I TP'd because I ain't no FOMO boy. Hear you.
No, I got stopped out. I took the long on the first wick down, and then it just double dipped, got me out.
You know what was interesting is like in terms of reaction is when we had that big pop, that sell off was pretty intense too. That pullback that we got, it was just like it was almost like I think it was like 30 minutes of straight down. That could have been the higher low to send it higher.
It was almost an hour and a half of straight down.
Yeah, I was like, oh, we're back. And then like I started getting down, and then I took a nap. I woke up and I was like, okay, I was like praying I just like left the stop loss and it survived.
Oh.
yeah, I want to be able to ride that bicycle up and down the hill, but I didn't. But it's that's the goal.
Someone on YouTube said, what are the whales' intent? Whales' intent's more coins. Whales want cheaper prices, but more specifically, they want to shake cheap Bitcoin out of the hands of weak holders. Right? So people that are more likely to sell out of fear, right, which are your short-term holders or dumb money or whatever they want to call it, that ends up in smart money wallets or long-term holder wallets. If you look at the short-term holder, long-term holder ratio, long-term holder wallets are getting accumulated right now while short-term wallets are getting drained out. Right? So when we say don't sell them your cheap Bitcoin, that's what we mean. Right? There's Bitcoin is low on exchanges. OTC is already thinning out. So the only way that they can buy cheap Bitcoin is to get people to sell it.
You know, my only fear on this whole move on Bitcoin is because it just makes it harder to trade alts because I feel like alts are giving like a false sense of safety because it seems like Solana I just keep piling in. It just keeps bouncing at like 190-ish. But I'm like, yo, if Bitcoin really does take a tumble, this is just gonna knife everything hard.
Well, I mean, it's about risk, right? So like, I was in Pith, and I sold all of my Pith when we broke level here for Sol, right? Pith went down way more than Sol did. So it's just a good trade, right? It's all about protecting your buying capital, basically, protecting your purchasing power. If I'm trying to purchase something with Sol anyways, then they're gonna charge me in Sol, right? If I can sustain my Sol count and then just use these as betas, like when I sold this and bought my Sol back, I got much more Sol for the Pith that I bought, obviously. So even though Sol went down, my coin count is up, and I got out of the way of this bullshit. Let's go to the hourly real quick. So this M pattern that we looked at, right, when we had our high, lower highs, whatever, we had this big M pattern that took a while to play out, and it's been a really controlled drop, as you can see. Like, look at this. You know what? You know what makes a drop like this? People buying every dip. Right? There's been somebody there to buy every dip, and then it drops, and it buys every dip, but it's very controlled. right? Like you can almost see the buy line. Right? Every time you come down to that range, it gets bought, and slowly dips out. But it shows that there's mind share still, right? It shows people are still in accumulation mode on this. We're down to that level now. That's 50% of our original vector. So we'll see if it gets more than that. But that's what I'm watching for. And then no matter what Bitcoin is doing or whatever it's doing, I'm in accumulation, which means as soon as this touches bottom and this pith, and this pith soul chart looks right, which is this pith soul chart is crazy. Then yeah, then I'll be back in. Just rotation, just daily rotation. But I mean, what you said is true. If you're playing the alts, it's difficult, which is why I've been saying this whole time. Like, stay in the higher market cap alts. Yeah, it's not as sexy. They're not gonna move as hard as the other ones, but they're not gonna drop as much either. Right? So it's more forgiving. Unless you're just hardcore, like unless you're just gonna hardcore take profits when you're supposed to, then by all means, by all means go trade whatever's moving. But you got a TP. Dominance is absolutely flying right now. For the same reason that we're talking, right? People are getting burned on alts. They're like, screw that, I'm about to dip on Bitcoin.
And ETH's over to 50 on the 5, and Bitcoin's trying to get over that orb.
Yeah, as long as ETH stays healthy.
Have you seen others' dominance?
And we still got higher lows, so
That chart looks pretty interesting. The others' dominance, like if it breaks down out of this uptrend, I can only imagine how bloody it will get.
I mean, I keep showing you guys that rotational chart, right? Like this chart here. And I mean, I'm not gonna tell anybody what to do, and I can't tell anybody what to do. But when you look at this chart, I mean, where do you think we are in this chart? Right? Like, if we're not in phase 3, meaning ETH has been outperforming Bitcoin and large caps are going parabolic, right? If we're not in 3, then investing in 4 is dangerous. Right? That you're one off rotation. Right? If you think that we're here, where ETH is outperforming Bitcoin, people are talking about the flippening, and maybe here money is starting to trickle into large caps, and we see large buy-ups happening, right? This sort of range. Then your next rotation is into large caps. Right? Your next rotation is, okay, is Sui gonna go? Is Sol about to go next? Is AVAX about to go next? Right? Is XRP about to go next? That's where you should be focused. Once XRP, Sui, Sol, Link, AVAX, all of this shit is absolutely going nuts, going parabolic, and you're starting to get rich off of those sort of trades, then that's when you start looking about rotating those profits into the lower stuff. Right? When you're in stage 4, it says large caps have been going full vertical and we're seeing blow off tops. We're not there yet. We're nowhere near there yet. Right? So then why are we buying mid caps, low caps, and micro caps? Right? When this is where they pump.
Yeah, it's a really important chart.
What are your low targets?
Bitcoin?
Yeah, I remember you had some targets up. Did we hit them or?
Mm-mm. So we obviously missed our main target, which was to stay in this range. And then the downside to that for me was coming down to 104, or 2, about 100 flat. Basically, a deviation out of the range coming back into the range will seek out the bottom of the range. So unless we move out of here parabolically, right, get back above the range and start to hold support, then I'm looking for 1 at the very least. 104.4, 104.5. Which, when you put on the visible range, it is their value area low, I believe. Yeah, value area low. So you've got that downtrend, right? This bear flag, this bull flag that we broke out never retested. Right, so that would be a retest of the break of that bull flag and a catch on the bottom of the downtrend and 50% of that vector. So that's what my targets would be unless we go parabolic within the next 2 weeks.
Ooh, it's the first. I wonder what Plan B is gonna say. You think he's still calling for like 400K?
He's sticking to his guns, man. But I mean, you know, what else? What other choice do you have to at this point? Like, he's either gonna go down with the ship, or you know,
Or he's gonna say something.
What I
about
would
his
be
model
interested
not
in is, are you trading your model?
I think he is. I think he is.
He sounds convinced. You can usually tell when somebody's being like intellectually dishonest.
It would be very interesting if that plays out, though. Imagine. I just can't see 400K happening. I think that's way too bullish for this cycle.
It's all gonna come down to rate cuts, man. Mid-September is gonna be important, which means that our unemployment numbers coming up are gonna be very, very important.
Yeah. I mean, I think if Doge, like, they were talking about doing refunds, if that actually happened, then okay, maybe 400K, but that doesn't seem like it's gonna happen at all.
Tomorrow we have ISM manufacturing, which is gonna let us know if the economy is still heating up. And then on Schultz, job openings, factory orders will let us know if we're heating up or slowing down. Total vehicle sales is going to be interesting. Total vehicle sales is more of a metric of the debt cycle than anything else. And then Friday, unemployment claims. Big, 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 big.
Yeah.
So this week is going to be pretty serious for numbers. What's going on, Sin?
I think he's gonna stick to his model when he releases his video. He's gonna be like, "Hello, guys," and he's gonna talk about how his model isn't broken or whatever.
I mean, one thing that you can sort of count on, or at least be surprised when you see his influencer getting on and be like, hey guys, by the way, I was completely wrong.
Yeah, I was watching this guy starting back in like February of this year. He's like, he keeps posting videos. Alt season starts now. He's been doing it for like 8 months.
Yeah. People aren't very fluid, bro. You've gotta like be able to pivot. And I think a lot of it is ego, right? There's absolutely no ego involved with me being wrong. I could care less. Not noticing that I'm wrong is the problem.
Sure.
That's where you run into issues.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, Danny. 400K is ridiculous. 3 cuts this year. 3 cuts this
Maybe.
year, and Trump announcing that they found a tax-free way to buy Bitcoin. Not only announcing it, but actually buying the first Bitcoin and putting it into the strategic reserve. Could get us to 185, 200. That's as bullish as I'm willing to get. Without that, just 3 rate cuts, I think we can see 150, 175. 2 rate cuts, probably more like 150. 1 rate cut, we're going to be careful that we don't double top off of 125, basically.
Two is the most likely in 2025 right now.
Clarity Act is going to help, but nothing is going to help more than an actual purchase of Bitcoin into the reserve. Not moving shit around you stole from somebody else, but actually buying Bitcoin.
Yo, my whale alert notifications are going crazy. Like large sums of money of Sol, ETH, Solana, and Bitcoin just transferring. Not to exchanges, but from wallet to wallet. Seems like people are buying.
That's about the range that we're talking about, you know? Sol, Sui, Solana, ETH. And honestly, Sui, in my opinion, isn't going to really do its thing until after Sol does its thing. So it's really like, for me, Sol season right now. That next rotation, the next large rotations, should see its way into Sol.
I was thinking if we don't get rate cuts this month, that would be like worst case scenario.
Be
But
bad.
assuming we get them and then in October we get rate cuts, I think that's pretty bullish.
It'll be bad, bro. If we don't get rate cuts in September, it's really bad.
Yeah, I'm going to McDonald's, bro. Working night shifts.
About to turn this stream into a Labubu opening stream where I just like open packs of Labubus live. Just accept donations to buy more Labubus. Screw it. Nah, I'm talking shit. Even with the macro being slightly bearish right now, this does nothing to change my mind about the cycle. Just a little 1 week, 2 week hiccup.
We're about to maybe have a nice little pump, though. I wouldn't be surprised. So don't keep it off your notebook. And it could be a big one. I can't promise anything, but it could be.
Let's get it.
Let's do it.
I'm ready to go.
Catch a lot of people off guard, and we could just go like gangbusters, shoot through 111 and even up through 112, y'all. You could be ready for it.
The most bullish that I'm looking at for the next week would be, in my opinion, coming up and taking out that CME gap, 116.6, and then that still being a lower high.
Yeah.
And then maybe having to deal with that sort of retracement or whatever. But like I said, short term, it's really important to be able to separate the macro from the short term.
Yep.
because that fear will keep you from making today's money, worrying about next week's price action. You know?
Yep. No, definitely 17.1 is imperative for continuation above, but it's a start to climb over 13.9, 113.9, sorry. But so many people have, you know, 104 and 105 in their heads right now that they might get paralyzed by it. So, not that it's not possible, but it's also possible to have support here.
Eve's trying to break out this downtrend.
I don't even want to
And it's
say
still
rockets,
possible to
rockets,
come up
rockets.
to 112 something and still come back and test 108 again and go down to 106.9. But there's a lot up there to get between 112 and 115.
Does that just mean sideways?
Today's episode of Rocket Ship versus Rescue Ship. You know, that story guy's out in the middle of the ocean and shit. And a log passes by and he just, you know, leaves it. He's just paddling. He's like, gotta save me. And then a piece of trash passes by that floats and he leaves it. He's like, gotta save me. And then a boat passes by and he doesn't wave his hands. He's like, gotta save me. And then he dies and he goes to heaven and he's like, well, why didn't you save me? He's like, yo, I send you a log, a piece of trash, a boat. You had to do was get on it. What more do you want?
You see that liquidity at 106.5? Good little chunk down there.
Yeah, yeah, we still got some stuff above us, 111, above 111.
Yo, Dbloc, do you follow this whaler Twitter account?
Which one?
It's just whale_alert.
Oh, yeah, I think I follow them. I
Oh, there's
follow a
so much.
couple of them.
This one just keeps. There's so much money moving right now.
Yeah, I know. I had to turn notifications off, but it was. I almost wish you could filter it. Yeah, I'll look at WLFI. Well, the one chance was getting that measured move before launch, like we were talking about. Right? Like the measured move would have taken you up to 46, but that had to happen pre-launch. Fell short. Price launched. This was the FOMO into the launch. People were like, oh, it's about to launch. It'll go parabolic. Double bottom and then reverse price discovery. Right, that's your double bottom off of the lows. People said buy Bitcoin, hold for 1,000 years. There is some stuff I would like to buy before then, but I respect the sentiment. So last logical place to hold on to this, if you were holding and hoping, would have been that uptrend, right? Like once that uptrend broke, you're probably already underwater by that point, but at least you'd have saved yourself a little bit. Failed all of its retrace points, right? I mean, tried a little bit, but so there were exits there. I would let this settle, guys. You guys know how I feel about new launches. Like, if I'm in from the pre-sale, I will sell into the new launch. If I'm not in, or if I'm in on a DEX or something before it gets on exchange, if I'm not in, I'm not buying exchange listings. Exchange listings are great if you're already in the project and people have already had a place where they can dump off. But if this is the first time people get to sell off into a centralized exchange that's already connected to their bank, I think the problem is that a lot of people look at exchange listings and say, oh, this is going to give people a brand new place to buy that they couldn't buy before. But it also gives these guys and these guys a brand new place to sell that's already connected to their bank. Right? And that's also allowing them to short. So the play is snipe the pre-sale, or yeah, you know, snipe the pre-sale or buy the pre-sale, buy the dip, short as soon as it goes on DEX. I mean, as soon as it goes on exchange that lets you short, and then sell your bag and add to your short, meaning, you know, promote your short basically. That's how you play these things. And then once all of this has settled down and it's found its bottom and whatever, then you can start thinking about the future. But they do it on memes all the time, new listings all the time. If you can get in down here for stupid cheap and nobody else can buy this thing yet, right? Even if you miss the first wave, then you always got the listing. Nice, Limitless. I know that feels good. Well, World Liberty just announced that Bonk is going to be where they drop all their new listings. So Bonk should be catching a bid soon. They're launching on Bonk.fun all their upcoming projects, which is, to me, is just hilarious. So I'm kind of interested in what Bonk does here, and I might push some of my Solana into Bonk. Let's take a look at Bonk Soul. All right, so it's not ready yet. But you see what I'm looking at, right? As soon as this thing bottoms out, as soon as Bonk Soul looks like, and we should be close. Right? Traditionally, this is where Bonk is always taken off on Soul. Except for this time where I believe this is when Soul pumped really hard at the beginning of the year, or at the beginning of last year. But we are down into those ranges where it's time to start paying attention if you're interested in Bonk. A nice little hold on that uptrend too. But it obviously looks weak right now. So yeah, I mean, you're just gonna have to watch this for a couple days. I don't think it's anything that needs action immediately. Right? Just giving back some of that pump, which probably came from the news. But I'll be watching that pretty close. Is that Bitcoin dog or is that dog on ton? Bitcoin, right? Yeah. I was playing with this shit early on. Got some decent moves. Ton was announced, Rocky, in that list of L1s. There's also 2 ton strategy companies that are coming out that are talking about buying a lot of ton. Bro, I'm telling you.
A ton?
A ton. I'm telling you, this shit is gonna get frothy, yo. You're gonna start hearing about these reserve companies, but for the weirdest projects. You know, I mean, Pengu is already being held as a reserve asset. But I think that when we do get to our bear market, a lot of these companies are going to be the reason why, or they're going to add to it, I should say. Yeah, I mean, you could start paying attention to dog. I think it still needs to come lower. Look, they're going to take out this double bottom. Let's see what dog Bitcoin looks like. Well, not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's not out of its accumulation yet, but it is at least in an accumulation range, which is more than I can say for a lot of other coins against Bitcoin. The reason I got into this originally when I first started trading it was as a beta play on Bitcoin, but it hasn't been that for a long time, right? This was like early 2025 where your Bitcoin was way better off inside of a dog. But it looks like it's trying to break out of accumulation right now. Yeah, I mean, listen, the chart is a chart, right? Like, I can't tell anybody anything about selling an asset that's underperforming another asset on its pair. As of right now, dog is outperforming Bitcoin, but that could change. Got to be careful. Yeah, we talked about ETH earlier. ETH is hopefully putting in that bottom at the value area low, which means that it should reach out for golden pocket. It should reach out for a point of control, which means that this W pattern should at least form. Now, whether it breaks or not is going to have a lot to do with what Bitcoin does. Right? But that's the structure that we're in right now.
IDEX coin kind of caught my attention yesterday. Would you think it would be like a late runner or early runner, or how would you think it would run?
I mean, I don't know. Has it been catching any bids lately? Like, are people interested? Take a look at it for you. Then I gotta step away to order some
I noticed
food.
it started to move a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. Well, it's not bad. Not
Has
the
something to
worst
do with
chart I've seen.
Ethereum.
Yeah, I mean, ETH betas are gonna run when Ethereum goes crazy, right? So that you can be sure of. Whether or not it's time yet, even with this push up, this looks nice though. Like the beginning of something, anyways. And you would now finally be forming
Yes.
a bullet structure on the daily. But let's check it against Ethereum real quick, just to see if it's really time. Off it later. Oh, that sort of tells you a lot, right? Valued in Ethereum, this thing has basically run flat for a while, which is not a bad thing. This is some really nice accumulation here at the bottom of this. Like, really nice accumulation, honestly. And it's actually come down out of its accumulation range, but this thing is still bleeding right now in real time against Ethereum, right? So it doesn't mean that IDEX isn't a good play. It just means that we should see a pump up here, at least on the that last pump on IDEX should at least brought it off the bot. Yeah, here it is. And so you started to come up off the bottoms. So that's decent. But I mean, just only in the last, not even 24 hours has this started to outperform.
Yeah, I noticed it last night. I was just kind of looking.
Looks good. I mean, it's getting attention, which is really what's important right now more than anything. And then let me look at ETH real quick. Like I said, ETH, we're waiting for that to break out, get above 4498. And then we'll see what we can do about clearing some of these liquidations in this vector gap. All right, I'll be back, guys. Let me order this food real quick.
Wow, this is massive. Quick.
What's with life raft rockets versus life rafts? Liquidity getting listed everywhere, huh? What do you get listed on Robinhood? Came out with chocolate at $30 billion market cap, not bad. Big dumps. Ew. Break down and cry. Yeah.
Dominance going up as well.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That's not a good thing.
Hold your breath.
I'm gonna jump in that raft.
I'm gonna jump in it and then pop it and jump out and just swim.
Get in the rocket.
Nope. Yeah, my rocket's crashing right now.
Get. And Piff almost took back everything when it pumped out 100% the other day. Yeah. Daily. It's still up about. I'd say it took back about 65% of that. Down 13%, but today. I think that's a good buy, Pip. Pip, 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 Pip. And you still have lots of room. It's undervalued. I'm in. I'm in. I'm in. Ooh, big green candles. Jesus. Doji, doji, doji. There are a lot of buys coming in right off of Bitcoin. Look at that. It is about that time. Gonna go get that. So we weren't gonna do anything till 4:30. I said that Saturday. Rondo was supposed to be 2 more days in there. There's gonna be trading on Rondo, trading stocks on Rondo.
Yo, alts just took a smash.
coming down, filling that vector. See what it's going to do with the wick.
What's good, gang? I'm back. Alright, what do we get? That rolled over. See if we can hold any bullish structure here at all. What are y'all up to?
Waiting for things to come down, orders fill. Or go up and sell some more. I see what you're saying. How you put up the flag now. It's kind of like a channel instead. Let's see if we stay inside that. We are forming a bunch of vectors on the way down here.
Give me a second. It seems like my my voice is screwed up on YouTube. Is everybody chipmunking YouTube on Discord, or is it just me? Like the frickin' Lollipop Guild. Yeah, now we can make it make sense. Alright, give me a second, guys. I'll fix it.